Oh boy. Sorry. Spicy Cheetos sometimes hit you in the back of the throat and they linger for hours on end. At least it feels like it. And that's my audio balance working, so that means that tab can be muted. Hey everyone, how you doing tonight? Sorry for leaving, Mortis. I'll be back when we finish the game. How are we doing tonight? Hey Bolt, how you doing? Dub, welcome. Time for the end. At least of the first half of the full package. Time for more of the Great Ace Attorney. When last we met, this trial was mixed for us. We've prolonged it this far, but God knows how much further we'll have to keep it going. Oh, right. I actually saved here. I meant to save in the last dialogue before this, but oh well. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? No shit, Herlock. I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by the self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? Time for more of the Walking JoJo reference. Wait, is he? Actually, now that you mention it, he does have that look in his eyes. If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Hey, Kaito, how you doing tonight? Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, Counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict? Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. It's hot, yeah, with where you are, I wouldn't be too surprised. So... I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Alright. It was finally cooling down, supposedly, but today was hot. I'm wondering how it is over where my parents are right now. Because they're having a trip at the moment until tomorrow night. And I'm just hoping that the weather was good up there for that party they were at. It's the only match we would have, so like, press this maybe? Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholm's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins. Am I? How can you be sure that that blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholm's chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholm's character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great... well, a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say the great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? You got a problem with that, Nash?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
What, me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I made up to you with this. How many times have I gotta tell you?
Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Eh? Cold blimey, Governor. You what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Me thoughts, I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what?
Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing, honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if we waves his arm around that much more, it'll open up the wound again. That's all.
What wound?
We took the ball, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... Oh, Wales bells.
You know what? I was kind of on and off with these two last time. I love them. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade's right about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. And also, I should probably cover my bases by also having him investigate the other one, but it probably won't matter. No, I refuse. Hey! You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've said already, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windimax's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would like to add that last statement added, or have that last statement added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Gotcha on that. Continue with the testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokering establishment where the man was killed. And we know that to be an abject falsehood. Shit. I don't have evidence for that. I need to press that, don't I? That's all I was gonna say in the matter, huh? What do you think, Runo? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. No thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yeah, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information can become a valuable weapon. Actually, give me a second. What statement did I press earlier? I do have that photo in evidence, don't I?
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to finish my study. No, you were the redeeming article. I have no idea what you're talking about. I think the inspector takes issue with that. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Hey, come again, sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon.
Well, yeah, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall.
And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to require a particular article.
Well now...
Huh?
I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly.
Something's up. Why are you hiding this? What does he either have on you, or what is he involved in? What? But you must!
I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something I don't.
What's going on here? Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed at Windebanks. Yeah, of course.
Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
Exactly, which proves Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact.
Hey.
I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover up his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? What the fuck is happening? I pressed this one, right? Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Sherlock Holmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, Oh, no, I can't think of how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Quite. Now, as you are no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is at the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already. Alright, I don't see the immediate solution for once. I have an idea, but it's going out on a limb. The thing we have that directly links him to the scene is the blood on the thing that was his. So maybe?
Objection!
Okay, sure. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn at Mr. Windebank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion to the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse us to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What? What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order, order! Well, Mr. Graydon. It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying from McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord! Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself are acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in the pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Winterbanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Winterbanks in order to get his hand on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Alright. Okay, let's take a look. I take issue with that, but I doubt I get anything out of pressing that directly. Technically true, technically false. This is nothing but the truth. He did basically go straight there from what we know. Yeah, but why was it taken by the police? Because we fucking proved that you also were trying to fake for that shit. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
Why? There's something wrong, Inspector. What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not let liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear the Inspector has revealed all that he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. Did you though? What do we have? Because there's 2 pawnbrokers things involved here. This one, which was probably from the time in. And this is the one I believe that he brought in, right? So would his fingerprints be on it, maybe? Anything else I could present to that? Guns, no. He didn't get caught on the cameras. The disc was in police custody, so he wouldn't have a reason to go for that. Hey, Goggle Candy, how you doing tonight? Welcome. Welcome to towards the end of the game, from what I'm aware. Lucky guess, maybe? Okay. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilda's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. Currently midway through game 2. I'm going to be starting that probably next week. I'm looking forward to it. Because I've liked this one, though I have reservations about it I'll talk about towards the credits. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Gradenfell needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? There's like 8 different types happening. I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. Where? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers. And the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed on sale for once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilded's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on the 13th April, to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of the forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 p.m. on the 15th of April. The victim apparently had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. Alright, we have 2 identical prints. That looks like there's no differences again. Use the stereoscope. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Can I spot the difference ahead of time, though? Oh. It's that little, Okay, does my mouse show up? Yes, it does. It's this thing. It's slightly more ajar. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one of the possible motives for the case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared the two prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. That is a box, you are correct. And the odds conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker in the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGillicud's pawned box, I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs are really exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Yeah, let's use the stereoscope. Before I get my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints? Stereoscope. I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically.
Ooh! Yes, you've got the bucket list. You can't resist, can you? You got the cross-eyed compulsion.
Juror number 3. What a surprise.
Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece.
I wasn't sure at first, but there was a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy with which you speak. This was probably a little bit harder, at least, on the 3DS.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me... Wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this really tells us is very simple. Mr. McGillicud's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its places on the shelves. Are you suggesting the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGillicud is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true. But, alright, McGillicud's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Potential fingerprints on top of something being potentially taken out of it, let alone if there's something still in there, it can change everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point of the fact is that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Winterbanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGillett perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of this trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The article this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me.
You know, that does rather make a lot of sense. It's not as though if it was gold or jewels, is it?
How goodness knows Mr. McGillett was rich enough.
But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery. I'm quite certain of that.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Well... What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't they? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGildett's true character. We know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain that all to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGildett's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That this defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh, no.
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But, Ginny...
Could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything.
But maybe... This could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright, the exact significance of things that McGill deposited with Mr. Winterbank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. And what's the right thing to do here? Any information we can get out in the open is probably good information, so we might as fucking well. They're always long, sigh. Welcome, by the way. Hope you're having a great night. Hope the movie went well. Those movies are all super long, especially Return of the King. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits for the arrival of Mr. McGildett's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the stand.
The defendant?
To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited in Windomax by Mr. McGilden, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear what she has to say. It'll prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I have.
Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
Very well, if you have no objection.
So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain on the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. All right then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. The articles that Mr. McGilden had deposited in Windomax pawnbrokery are intimately related to the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilden. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, in my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilden. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then dropped to the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilden died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean?
I don't know what you mean. I already said what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important.
But...
Remember, little girl, if it transpired that you willfully withheld information from the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris, we're on your side.
All right then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on breaking the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here.
Kitty! Hey, Zelda. My cat came to say hi. Hey, baby.
I fed you already. What do you want? Just want him in to say hi? Wanted to bump against my leg? And my mic stand? Oh, hey, baby. My little baby cat, my little gremlin. However, it would appear that Mr. McGill had pawned articles in that extraordinary case in the omnibus, harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. She's not begging, because she's not yelling at me. I think she just wants to be like, hey, how you doing? I'm gonna lay down over here in the middle of the room. You do that, baby. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's gonna come out. Like Van Zeek said, this could bring the entire courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I am prepared to take that risk. Truth is, that brickmaker cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slopes. That's when McGill had slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous! What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. I'd like to point out, Judge, that she was threatened, and I feel having to do that under duress could completely change things. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have agitated an error in McGillet's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without a doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGillet fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the East. They were all in on it together. You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? I mean, he arrived that very day, so, yeah. He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop, stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGillet's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Yes, of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Alright, if I have to press anything from the start, it's the threat. Threatened you? How exactly? He told me I'd only be able to scop if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. There was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I had to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The tickets? Well, I never! So that if he didn't show to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug. To stop being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGillet have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat to the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilden had the driver deposit at Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I liked it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. Can't be easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runo. Yes, and to thank her, we shall have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. Alright, this might be random. Can someone look up what the fucking punishment was for perjury in 1900 in England? So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yeah, that is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Yeah, they're completely ignoring shit. What was the driver's name? Beppo, I think?
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilder was the sole passenger, did you not? A false testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. What's up, Zelda? What do you want, baby? You just want attention? Want some head scratches? Okay, I'll do that while I play. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilden and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buy-in and not buy-in. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly had dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the curved line on the floor. This disc had belonged to the victim, perhaps. Several are segments to a perjury act of 1911, but no, the one here would be... Person guilty of this offense is liable on conviction to indictment, to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years, or a fine, or to both. A summary conviction to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months, or to a fine not exceeding the prescribed sum, or to both. So she could get 6 months to a year if she doesn't just get a fine. That's a lot more preferable to the death penalty. I think that's the murder charge here. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilder picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat there with the coat with the knife and his belly up in the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared the way he was looking at me, I thought. If I didn't go along with it, I would get stuck with the knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened to the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. Yeah, that's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the coat with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilder got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 cops on the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilder, the driver, and you at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat.
I had the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in that trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did Miss Gilden and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Winterbanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGillen took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's it gotta be worth a few bob. Yeah, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than what Mr. Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGill had flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a tick. When then the bog trotter called me and told me to come out of the drag's cabin.
Hold it!
And this is the same dialogue. Alright, so I guess I'm just supposed to question them on anything?
Hold it!
Because they're being super hush-hush.
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! What? Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what's the discussion about? Discussion with this fella. Pull the other one, sunshine. Oh, you're right. Actually, he is pretty similar to that, isn't he? I ended up when I was at that case. I ended up giving him this kind of I'm fucking cold voice the entire time he was on the stand, and kind of took the breath out of me a little bit. You think I want anything to talk about this shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilden took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. This disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. At that point, that's really the only thing you can do, though. Because at that point, you've pressed every statement. And at least from my point of view, I didn't see any place where I could have presented evidence that was relevant to what was being said to disprove it. Especially because we know since she's testifying, she's telling us the truth for the first time. Like, or at least she's telling the court the truth the first time there. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilden's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cub died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own? Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilden was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. The box? The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Yeah, getting stuck in those is the hell of this series. Like, usually, there's been only a couple times where I've been outright, like, maybe with this, or just kind of stuck on what to do. Mostly because there is a chain of logic to every action. There's very few leaps of faith when it comes to what you have to present. With that said, justice for all penalizing you for pressing is forever hell. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. It's a music box. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, though in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. I'm gonna leave Trails of Vesperia on auto for grade grinding and go on walk. Hope everyone doesn't tell them out. I'll try to make sure no one dies, Kaito. Otherwise, I'll kill them myself. Yeah, by and large, Great Ace Attorney's logic hasn't had any super leaps. I'm hoping it keeps that for the sequel, because I like how grounded these games have been, this game has been, rather, in comparison. Like, we don't have any spirit medium bullshit, we don't have any supervision or super hearing or spirits. It's the closest to probably a real fucking law we've had the entire series. So here we have the means to play the back of Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Windibank's at very much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Oh, wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in the case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what's happening. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property and... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Yeah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. Shouldn't you remove the note? That's Morse code. Like, that's almost the exact same tone, but in lengths between dots. What the fuck is happening in Morse code here? What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in a regular sequence. Hey, Wade, how you doing tonight? Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. I am so used to fucking Morse code puzzles in games like this. Because that's in 999. I think it's in either VLR or ZTD as well, and it's in fucking Echo Knight. Morse code puzzles are things that need to show up more often to my eyes, honestly, because I like them. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Yeah? I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. No! Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be! Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well... surely you have an idea in mind, because if not... it will be the death of your ill-informed argument. Alright, do I have anything in the evidence that this could be before I get tempted to show it? Oh, wait, that's right. Leaked government secrets and Morse code. That would be a good reason... that'd be a good reason, A, to have someone from a telecommunications department go in. B, that would explain why a police officer would look concerned about it. Oh, baby, it's all coming together. Now that's what I call Morse Code Volume 24, starring your favorites. Save our Shaggy. Put the fire on the couch out. And what the fuck is the dog doing with that broom? Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet. Runo? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain it's not broken at all. Really? 80 degrees at 8 p.m., Jesus. Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound that very much sounds like this one music box makes. Looks at juror number 5. Yeah, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, I'm gonna join all the dots together. Yeah, can we have some of that rain up here too? I think it's the government secrets.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker Parishes and Pickpress Plunder. Hardly supportive of your case. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever's the matter. You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it... That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound that made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code? But I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order, order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving a capital punishment. Too much no vocabulary. What is this treason? What is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd have expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill had perished and the all-important disc laid unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he would have had to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night, because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusations, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
I did not see the first episode, Wind. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. In response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So either I die, or I die if I'm guilty. Got you. So then, let us proceed. You may... What? You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork, you governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's Snash Skulkin. Now occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. We ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Let the hydration flow. Thank you, Cythera.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gate the other night like we were told what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. Skulkin. What Mr. will do, Governor? What's up? Though I take it you now admit to the crime, that on the night in question you indeed did gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in corroboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov, we did! Quiet down, please. Quietin' down? What the fuck, man? Old English is fucked up. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rodder, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. Never said nothing about no government secrets. We're supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. Alright, before I do anything, I want to take a look at that music box. See if there's anything else exciting. The fuck? Oh! What is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opened up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then. Here goes. Well, hello! Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play on back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. Alright. Not what I was expecting to find there. I was looking for maybe like a fingerprint or something on it, but... Alright. They very much do sound like Morse code, at least in terms of the rhythm. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent and listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that. My learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I'll be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. Lesson? Here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is an A. This is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear 1 tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Oh, really? You shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use the music box to play back Morse code? Yeah. There's still every possibility this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets, because if there's two sides, one side's for the dots, one for the dashes. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Button!
Got it!
That... Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box. And the sounds of both will play back at the same time. I'm just now remembering. When we met Graydon as Eggert, didn't he mention something about there only being one disc and he was surprised by that? The sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present to the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well... Don't have it. I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet. Oh dear. Looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo. Alright, so I was remembering that correctly. So that means whatever his connection to all this is, besides being a potential telecommunications officer himself, he knows that there would be two discs. Which means he's definitely more closely involved than he's letting on, because not many people would know that unless they open that box. You'll reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. I'm Liam O'Brien, I swear. I don't know how that fucker does that voice so often, and for that long. Because that's not his normal talking voice from memory. So you can tell us what he told you what to do? Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
Yeah, I see, yeah. What else, eh? See that me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years? Well, the Rod had a dodgy job for us.
So you know each other? Like, more personally than just client and clientele? Or client and, job?
Hey, Ash?
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? You mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon's an acquaintance of yours?
Well, the source book on a baddies, you know? Let's say Mr. Graydon's in old China.
Anything to say, Ringo?
Excuse me.
Trains went by was loud. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that made you seem to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute. And you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. When he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
But he always was a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Miverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you down your trip down memory lane. Adam and Eve it? Yeah, I think that would mean to believe it. Or as it originally was, I guess, in a way, too. It could mean. Like, as it used to be. Or was once.
Counselor, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant? Yes. My lord.
Yes, counsel.
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Because this could give us potential ways to connect him to Mason, I guess, because they're from the same part of town. Because I think Mason was meant to be from that same, like, East End poorer section.
Very well, counsel. I'll permit the brothers to supplement the testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more.
A skulkin's never skulkin'.
Milverton Skulkin's milk run. God, them's were the days.
Who's Milverton? Is that Graydon?
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The name. Milverton's the real standout name there, because we have never heard that before. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right. I thought clever clogs like you had worked it out.
Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well...
And what the happiest to homes that one came from?
Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him.
She took the name Graydon then, see?
But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton. So that used to be your surname, didn't it? Why does that sound familiar? Why does that sound familiar? Why does that sound familiar? Well, it's not any of these. Yeah, that sounds Cockney. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the Civil Life Service. As such, your personal details have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter to subpoena these records, Mr. Graydon. Ugh!
Well, it would appear Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. Wait a second. Wait a second. I just remembered. You're his fucking son! Gotcha! Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. You're almost back, Kaido. You're almost there. That information could change things, and this could turn out to be extremely important. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny heard on the bus 2 months ago, the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded, it was his father. Which would mean, even if he... The big thing is, we'd have to prove that they were interacting, because if he has the name Graydon now, he was probably raised more so later on in his life by his mother's side of the family. But would he have kept in contact? No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. Yeah, I'm with Sai. I'm over in Eastern. Actually, wait, I can check the weather right now with the convenient new Windows 10 app that's been there for like a month. It is also 65 where I am, with rain starting soon. Apparently. Eastern! If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. You gotta suffer Ohio to reap the few benefits. Yeah, Massachusetts has some of that too. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. And it absolutely has been. Question is, where do I present that? Well, we've just disproven that now, haven't we? That would have to be the McGilded case notes, then. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why'd you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by the name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man that we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded... Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena these records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilded in collaboration with your father. I think it's cheaper in Mass than it is over in SoCal over here, but we have our own problems. That I won't go into. Good state, though. It's got some good cities. I fucking love Worcester. I haven't been to Boston in a while, but that's pretty good. Just stay away from far west. Because there's not much. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of the witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it onto McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using two music boxes' discs to encode the information. as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very efficient one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilden went sour and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilden managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilden had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder at the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. A rental house for Ohio in the same price as a 1-bedroom in SoCal. Yeah, that sounds about right. I've never lived in Ohio myself. I've only, I think, been once, maybe, if even. My family lived there, but that was far before me. That's where my brother was born, actually. Over in the Columbus area. Like, there are benefits to living in the central U.S. Relative house price is one of them. Like, not the best example, but compared to where we live, where my mother's family is in Pennsylvania, is a lot cheaper. So is some parts of the Cape, weirdly enough. But that's because Cape Cod's a bit of a weird place. I said that.
Or rather ingeniously demonstrated by using 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is, why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago?
I refuse to accept any of this nonsense.
Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
What?
Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Shelton's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it?
He's got you now, me old China. Time to call quits and croak, I reckon.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves.
You were friends with them at one point, asshole! Like, not even you being a murderer. You're just betraying some old blood and old friends there, man. What the fuck? Like, yeah, they're doing illegal activities. That's a bigger problem here. But I value loyalty. What the fuck?
Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I've sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded.
Should you really be doing these poses when you have a fucking open wound on your on your arm? It feels like it might be a thing. God is my witness, I'm willing, sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the bullet from the Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon in the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Ugh. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you.
Hold it.
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide that fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see... You're gonna try and say you saw fucking Gina shoot him, didn't you? This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed that gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. What? Order, order, order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Let the hydration flow. Thank you, Kaito. Welcome back and enjoy that fucking water. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Actually, I make the Liam O'Brien jokes. If I squint my eyes at him, he kind of looks like Akihiko in the face from Persona 3, kind of, very loosely. I've been waiting for this. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Well, if he's trying to say that the blood is on her, there is blood on the jacket, yes. But it's distinctly not his blood. Plus, he got shot in the back, so the blood splatter wouldn't have gone that way. So then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. The gun was at the scene of the crime. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Your claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger.
Order, order, order.
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Me? Well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. No, she wasn't. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really?
If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that could be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
What?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a new technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Runo.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Jeannie's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. There's a shitload of blood on that fucking coat, mate. But not on her. That's the important bit there as well. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord.
And while we wait these results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat,
Gina will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination!
Of course, my lord.
If this cross-examination doesn't go well,
If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now,
I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Alright.
Alright, so the thing I immediately noticed... She was found with the gun. So no? Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room.
That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then... the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor at my side of my door.
Why would she do that?
But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedy took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left it clear up to my lackeys and left.
Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistling Flute here told us to tidy up. Oh, he thinks you're bloomin' mum sometimes.
Well, I was weighing you enough, by God.
Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you?
What the fuck?
Let me go! Let me go! Why the fuck do you do that? What? that? What that?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen! Something wrong, Sunshine?
Bruh. You're not about to say that didn't just happen. Fuck you. Gregson, what the fuck? That should be my line! You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey, this day's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station?
And why didn't you?
Because we didn't know nothing about it. All that flaming people on the floor.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
God, blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this day gives me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yeah, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. What's your feeling, Runo? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in this testimony at the moment. But you had to find a way to break this man. And quickly, too, because once they discovered the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing... It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood splatter over Jeannie's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. But we know Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank, so what's going on? Gregson out of character bad fanfic. All I know is that it's very unfair. Why would some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence and mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that, I had to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere. I had to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain on Gina's coat.
Hold it!
Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just irregular middleman and burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean by you say you were near the entrance? You were near the entrance to the shop. I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer trucked me over to the blooming counter.
Also, wait a minute. Shorter, red, older brother with a mustache. And a taller, more square-shaped, younger brother with a mustache in green. These motherfuckers are Mario and Luigi. Just that they were Cockney.
So put me gun on you, old fella. I still made him scupper.
The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you.
Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windibank shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled my gun on him, she tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scarpered through that door in the back.
At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door hole you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening about a head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed where I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hands. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to have been a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene! Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the evidence in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the blood being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mason Melverton's blood from when McGilda was stabbed 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hermes chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I had the results of the test I was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. On the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they resulted from a splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me!
See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on that overcoat is not Mr. Winterbank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Mr. Magnus McGilden. Just before his coat was deposited at Winterbank's, McGilden had fatally stabbed Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood from the brickmaker in the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilden's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was...
I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery is what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat's 2 months old or not? Even a stethoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But, we use Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I heard that Broski is still starving boy, and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Ah! My lord! It's been a long battle, this one. But this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman. All this moment, sir. The squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh, shit.
Guilty.
Okay, time for summation examination, I guess.
Guilty.
Well, it would appear that ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to an attempt you may make in unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I've come this far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing. To be held in such low... Herlock? To be held in such low esteem. Oh my god, he's in disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, you delivered the report now. This will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some irregularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Mr. Sholmes? What is the meaning of this? Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. He's kind of pulling off this look, not gonna lie, barring the mustache. Now, my lord, if you would hear me. And what matter, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Paul Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Having spent so long already...
Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go waste any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Ah!
I love this motherfucker. Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes. Hello! I took 4.5 minutes to change, and this is all gonna take 30 seconds. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? I am very bleeding, but at the same time, I don't care. Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. That's the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much to me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. Now look and see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine is really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight to my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that, a lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by all means, both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san? Whatever could it be? Hey, Bun, how you doing? I have not been to a convention in many years at this point, even barring COVID. Like, I went to Anime Boston in 2016. And I went to the following PAX East, I believe. Or actually, no, I think it maybe was 2015. Anime Boston 2015. Because that's the year I turned 18. And I remember not being bummed I couldn't go to the Team 4-star panel because I turned 18 the next day. And they're very strict about that for mature panels. It was 2016 I went to PAX East. That's right. Well, what is this? It's the cat door maker, man. Oh! It's the machine I made. Ah! Waga hi! What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? What does she mean by that? Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of thieves. Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. You're on cosplay game staff for number of cons we're planning on AB? Hell yeah! I think my mom knows one of, like, the... I'm not sure if they're former or still on there, like, one of the higher-ups in there from her time working at Borders. Susato-san used this cat flap-o-mat that night, but why? Your 5 minutes is over. Yeah, we're out of time already. I'm grateful to you for affording that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make the wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... They're giving me the option to do summation examination and or testimony. The summation examination isn't the answer here, is it? They wouldn't give me this choice otherwise. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with the one of an existing one. What? It would appear the rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Oh, shit. So nobody can say anything then. If Runo asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unpermitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding this cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck James pulled that lighter gun thing out of his ass. I would never have seen that coming. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes! I'm very much not okay, but just leave me here. Finish your thing. I'll be fine. Not, maybe. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever, either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. Can it be both? I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement and one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't let this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of this trial. Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Alright, so one statement. And one evidence piece. Has this song played in the game? This doesn't sound familiar. Ooh. Oh my god, wait a minute. Did Susato make the peephole with the cat hole maker? It would be about the right size, and it being at exactly that height. But how would she know to have done that? In case I'm wrong. Because this feels like it's a limb, but I'll try it. Oh my god! What on earth is this eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat flopper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door out in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves.
Ah.
Let the hydration flow. Thank you, Cythera. But this cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to the case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function in another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only 10 minutes, or only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place. I need to make better redeems. Like, there's some that are technically not activated for whenever I do art streams, which are rare. Like, a scuffed little doodle of your choice, or put you on a list of, like, more in-depth drawings, although that second one is probably less likely to ever be used, because I just based those off of Iggy's. But,
That's right, according to the paperwork of the yard, it was you that your Japanese assistant in the shops.
yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yes. How could you?
What?
Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright. It's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. Wait. If they're implying that it wasn't made at the time... Son of a bitch, it wasn't there when Gino... Oh my god, how did... That is... It was right in front of my fucking nose the entire time! What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting the peephole in the door was...
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Yeah, that's... Goddamn. They did well in hiding that, because it's not the focus of the image in either thing. It's low contrast, it's hidden in the background. In fact, half of it being carved in shadow really is a good way to hide that. Compared to the other pictures we've seen in this case, where, if you're comparing something, where I noticed something else was off in this photo because even though I couldn't tell exactly what it was, I could tell something was wrong? Whereas with the music box, I just had to look at them both side by side. The anime cutscene made the people look narrower than the squares the machine makes, so you got stumped here. I could totally see it happening.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is the most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Grayton's testimony is riddled with holes.
Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Grayton's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door.
Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back.
However, at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door. There's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Order, order, order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? We can prove it on the one right behind you.
Oh, yes, it's designed to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy, Cooey, time for dinner.
Oh, she already did.
Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean the people in the storeroom at the Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps and cat flap racks are all fixed size. And the dimensions of the people in Winterbanks are an exact match. Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the facts. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san's the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Winterbank's storeroom was created after the event and not before.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel? This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But, more to the point. It pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Ah! Order, order, order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? Uh-huh. That's Charlie always says. One lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but one of the lies you told also makes no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Want to enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about, namely the peephole. How the fuck would he have known it was there? The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yeah, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my laids have thoroughly examined all of them. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clocks and shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station output of my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you.
Permission denied.
Oh.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon? You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you have uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we had, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is the person in question, counsel?
Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Gregson!
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate his rash claim, my learned friend. Consider this fact. That we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. Whoa! Goggle Candy, thanks for the sub with Prime Gaming. Holy shit. Thanks for coming by. Use your them to one gun proudly. But don't harass people with it. We only do it to be sassy. That we've only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. Well, the police executed a subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was just that while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with the knowledge of the investigation that he has had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations or so, huh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired in the pawnbrokery. Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on each other was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred, except for that time that they were talking with each other. Ooh, I just remembered something, Runo. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yeah, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony! I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been impossible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag! You're making this all up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be getting like the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector?
Hey.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Will I...
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Hi, Zelda. How you doing? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded that the witness return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, it was for the other music box disc. Then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Runo, do you think it could be... Yeah, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. Literally. Let the hydration flow. Thank you, Bun Bun. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
Take that!
Inspector Gregson, besides the murders, not sure that you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at now, sunshine?
Is it possible this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in the newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice?
How the bleeding Dora could you...
We discovered during the course of the trial the music box deposited at Winterbanks by Magnus McGilded. Special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the discs for details of the case. Ooh. This is a new song, I think.
You little... Ah!
If it's not new, it hasn't played much throughout the game. In fact, now that I think about it, this game's kind of lacked like a straight-up cornered theme, hasn't it? I'm sorry, pursuit theme.
Order, order, order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you in Winterbanks, you said this. Scotland Yard's already knew that at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGill was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the Ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information?
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that McGraster Graydon could have known the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No. Ah!
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How can you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached his alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on the article agreed upon being in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes!
They brought that fucking sound clip in for the fucking end. Oh my god. The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Indefinitely. They can only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the stand witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, if you'll put this man to bed and dispel any doubts of my involvement, you'll happily submit to a body search.
Okay, so that means he doesn't have it. But who? Who could he have given it to? He's super confident about this, so either it's a foot up his ass or something else. I'll be right back, though. I need to quickly run to the restroom. I'm not even going to go to intermission. That's going to be that quick. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. No anarchy. Chaos. What? He's gonna agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service, this trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand that you're severely reprimanded. That sounds serious.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runa because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement on something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, that doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted.
Well,
Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search.
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What?
Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing now, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else.
Why does somebody know this, eh? Oh, should I lay to have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Be quiet, all of you. Who said that? Oh, Iris. Runo's doing all but you have all told him to do in having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly certain I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request the search now?
Well, it had to be someone who's in the courtroom. So that narrows it down to very few people. It's not Gina. He wouldn't have it on him still, because then he could just get away with it. Gregson doesn't have it. You're not even here. I'm not even sure why you're in this list outside of us talking to you that one time early on in the case. It's gotta be one of the brothers. But which one? The one who's directly next to him is Nash. And admittedly, he seems like Ringo responds to him. Like he's the one in charge, or at least the one who does the most of the talking. So, Nash? Of my lord Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never. Eh? Me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff? Restrain the witnesses and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord.
Oh.
Yeah. Inspector? Scotland Yard, as you object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here.
Eh?
In this courtroom, only the prosecution and defense have the authority to object.
But Lord Van Zeeks!
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a mo. I didn't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out!
Ah! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this.
Good lord, that's...
Another music box disc. Is there what is the actual chain of thought they want you to use to get that? Because I can definitely... It had to be someone in the courtroom, of course, because they didn't really have much of a chance for anyone to leave. I guess maybe it could have been in Herlock's pocket if he had shoved it into his pocket when he wasn't looking. But is it just a 50-50 at that point that they want you to fucking do? Oh my god. Huh. That part didn't occur to me. Wow. Accidentally the right answer indeed. It's like those times when you do a math equation and you use the wrong formulas, but you get the right answer, so your math teacher is confused on whether or not to give you full credit, extra credit, or no credit.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilden. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Hey!
Order, order, order! Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what is going on here exactly? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector tried for information? You find the videos, you find you find Dr. Wowie. Inspector Gregson's a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. That's right, even Iris talked about the fact that he rarely did that. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yeah, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. He tried to choke a bitch. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he did know. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. I just suddenly turned and grabbed me when I was whistling like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes did you mention the third gun when we brought you down to the station? That was what he said. He had it right down my ear, he did. My head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, that must have been when he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig, he hit it? You...
But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Keep it on the down low. What does the QT even mean? What does that stand for? Hush, hush. A top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in the court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean... He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon? Clearly our Eastern visitor has uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. Yes, you actually are. Like, in this case, especially when there's this much evidence stacked against you, I think pleading the fifth is... I think you can plead the... Well, first off, they're not in America, so they can't plead the fifth anyway. In this court system, you probably could be outright ordered to or face prison time. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... What?! Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, it's a Scotland Yard Inspector. I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
This is quite a quandary indeed.
Rarely have I encountered such an extraordinarily tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final learnings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Clogheen and the country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop.
Detective is very much trusty nice. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're gonna believe Gregson. They declare their decision now. Is Ginny gonna be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank, or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to forge Gregson into admitting he struck a deal with a witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose the jurors to declare their final decisions, though. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus not yet presented to the court.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gino will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? He's admitted to the perjury. What you meowing at there? Huh? What? What? I'm not even sure if you can fucking hear her. Come here, Zelda. What's up? You miss mom and dad? Come here, baby. Come here. What are you meowing at? Come here. I'll check what she's meowing at. Give me a sec. I should check just in case. What's up? I think she wants to do her routine. Because my cat has a drinking problem in that whenever there's a flowing water faucet, she must drink out of it. And the way my mom brings her into the room that is basically her room, it's technically my mom's office, which is where she spends the nights, just so she doesn't claw at the doors to try and wake my parents up or me up. We put her in a room with a litter box. In that room, that's a relatively good size, with a really comfy bed and some stuff for her to take care of herself with. But my mom always brings her in there after giving her some water from the faucet. I think she wants that because she realizes it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Either way, Graydon admitted to the perjury, but as it stands, any evidence we have against anything probably wouldn't poke any further holes in him. So you know what? Let's present to Gregson. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
Eh? What's that then?
if you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Well, go on.
This is my last chance, so I'm gonna have to use Force's hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. The music box, maybe? Because if both discs play Morse code, and he has the disc somehow, that means he got it somehow. And then we could probably prove another connection from there.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGillard's peculiar music box, Counsel?
Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc, Counsel? No, I can't let you do that.
Plus, he'll be going against his directives. Oh, shit. Why not?
Because, well, no, because it's going to lose this case, that's why.
Not true, Inspector.
Eh?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box are part of a Morse code message. We know the Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
But crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. You're gonna let the whole world hear confidential information like that? It's treason.
Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect the state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness.
You're mad. If you let that secret information go into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Manzies, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm not Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul.
No!
Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution have been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code.
All right, I mean, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up!
Gotcha. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector?
I did.
Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst. You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept, or information, that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have been put in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains of the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker in the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windibank. You... Traitor!
Oh God, help!
Please tell me that was the cane breaking.
Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once!
That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. The slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had left was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try and sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums awake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in the squalor can ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
You're a fiend with quite a talent, so you are. I have the money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me a little plan now.
I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic messages logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. I was responsible for the inspections of the Ministry's communications office. It was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, huh?
He was a different man to the one of my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh?
A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son.
It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs in the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc. Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why is it on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself. When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first dealings with McGilded, I tried to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. It's just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore my father's name. To exact revenge.
Revenge?
As anyone with the most remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, Mr. Gilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways to crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and the witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had showed me that.
Are you saying that?
I think you have the picture now. But he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly.
McGilded's death that day was caused by this man? Oh my god, they are the Skulkin poses from the front, aren't they? Holy shit. So, that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again.
That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end?
Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken in exchange with McGilded.
Ah, yes.
There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs in the music box. You need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention.
So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery. Aye, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give it a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I'll put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one's like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the first night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yeah, to Gina. Remember now, that's when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago. You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How'd you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion of the girl would come out of the woodwork in the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, our investigation into stolen government secrets was progressing. I picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on in the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So now there was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in pawnbrokery I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of the forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it back into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night. Just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee, and I hadn't intended to fire his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What a tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord. Of course. Which transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector. And inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final litigation. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
So we're really not touching up on him being there at all? Probably not until the second game? Okay.
Haha! There's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
What you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider.
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGillet's property, it seems.
Eh? I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGillet's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was entirely caught off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I might say something on that point. I'm assuming that's Gregson. Isn't that...
It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really fanatical about when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession. One feels.
But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of two tones.
That was definitely meant to be series, right?
What? Can that really be?
It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sage Sunshine.
Oh, wait, do we have the discs in the wrong places? This courtroom was not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGillet conspired to trade national secrets to our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, you have no need to pursue the matter further.
But that's really going to bother me.
Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, my lord?
That which you have seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling exercise to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I've reckoned I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want to change it, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokering business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty! There are people up on that second floor, right? So they definitely just got blasted with ash. That is all. Court is adjourned. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grimes of the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese? What happened exactly? Well, you may ask, and one day when the time comes you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. They definitely knew they were making a sequel. This had to be a bigger script than they thought they could do anything with in one game. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey in my retirement from service 5 years ago gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. One more for the road. So, farewell, my Lord Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris' spear to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as old as your name. What's all about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it is when you let you down. Yeah, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense of me, though. What I'm trying to say is, putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. What the deuce does a man do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Yeah, that's right. The fucking... Yeah. Oh, yeah, they definitely had both games. So the question is, what... And they might even have documents about this out now. Did this originally start as one project that just grew out too big of a scale, or was it always going to be 2 games? That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling! Mr. Sholmes. Yes, it was me all along, you see? Second almost didn't happen to the sales of the first. Oh, really? The first greatest attorney didn't sell too well in Japan? Was it due to early adoptions of the 3DS being low, or were people just kind of burnt out after, like, Apollo Justice and all that? I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of 1 or 2 foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your self-debate, well, it must have been fun for our lives. Oh, shit, really? On one hand, I like that, because I've been waiting for them to do full, like, acted out cutscenes like that, sort of like the, animations in Spirit of Justice for, like, the dance and stuff. Because I feel like, in terms of the old case intros and stuff, that was the natural way to go from there. But at the same time, the anime scenes are very... They're pretty core, I feel, to the later games in terms of their feel. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but... well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little... precarious? Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial of his was working on ones of dead anyway? Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified in the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course I pay no attention to such a rational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some cubs like that bog trotter rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs, make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGills of the world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? Now, trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear. I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these don'ts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris, what you credit? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You were the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of my offenses. What was again? Breaking and entering, taking the bulk trotted stuff while I was in the lug, blah, 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 blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. Well, don't need an offense. It's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade, the prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yeah. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Odo? Yeah? Oh, shit. Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say. So, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Lestrade. On occasions such as this. I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Odo. Thank you for everything, what you've done. For believing in me. Who the fuck's got a gun? Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, well. Quite the indomitable pickpurse. Oh, I nearly forgot I brought a paper outside. It's a special edition. This trial's all over the front page. Pickpockets innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. No, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley? Yeah, as usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely we couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station early and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. Let the hydration flow. Thank you, Saithera. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked soda. I don't... The greatest detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary! Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria! Oh, that's a gorgeous background. That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Mr. Sato, where are you? Over there, look! Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Mr. Sato, wait! What are you doing? Let the hydration flow. Thank you, Win. Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that the sailors were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then, tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It, went well. She was acquitted. Of murder. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh, dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the pre-poll, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide that fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh, yeah, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I still ruined his armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, then you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo! Right! After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think that door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I have on my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, you used the cat flop mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked at the hole through the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to have claimed falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then... why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Sosato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susato? The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh! I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yeah, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation the music box contained secret messages, Naruhodo! What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds of the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Eh? A sogi? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. They were Japanese names? I guess to a telegraph operator who doesn't know the culture, it would seem like random nonsense, wouldn't it? Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius! I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only seen charts of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha primegram, isn't it? And you mean to say that Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Irish, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever's in that long sequence is supposed to mean anything with dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first, Kazuma Asogi. Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gregson. That's just English. The fucking Gregson? Oh, to seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name is... What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. What is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is... J. Wilson. What the fuck are those 3 doing on the same fucking list? How crazy is this sequel going to fucking be? What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? She still doesn't know! Shit! It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names it reads, if I translate in from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or at the end of what you noted down, at least, Iris. I just can't believe it. Whoever would have thought those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be there in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, well... No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson. There must be a lot of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh, shit. Goggle, you subscribed before following? You can do that? I legitimately did not know. Yeah, what the? I didn't even know you could do that. Oh dear, the ship's gonna set sail soon. Although I guess with gifted subs, I guess it would make sense you could do that. Yeah, it seemed so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie. We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best. Mr. Sato! I hope to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh, yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles. We never even touched on why the fuck he didn't want that published. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah? Do you remember the first time we met? Yeah, of course. On the SS Burya when I was dragged down from that wardrobe still half asleep. Ryunosuke, you met in case 1! If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato? And my instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Come on, give me the anime ending. Yeah, anime. Yanime.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Wagahai!
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Look at him bounce! I love him!
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
Ah!
Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Where were you keeping that?
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
And then the ship explodes. Oh, hi. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express train, apparently. Huh? Oh, we need to get the objection out of the way. It caused such a commotion on the line that all the other trains had to wait at the station. But really, we should never have made it to Dover another time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous, see? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. And I really must say...
Objection!
Holy shit, and there's still a solid fucking game left. That was really fucking strong. But at the same time, I forget if it was, I think it was you, Kaito, who linked a popularity poll from the Japanese players of the series that ranked the games. And I recall Greatest Attorney 1's in like the dead middle of that list. I think I can see why. Because the first 3 cases in this game are arguably the strongest first 3 cases in a row in the series, in terms of both emotional impact and legitimate mystery. And case 4 and 5 are still great, but they seem to more build up the second game and just help build Ryunosuke's character more than try to tell the main story. And there's not exactly a problem with that, but it definitely does make it feel less important, so to speak, in the main scheme of things. Like, it's just build up to the next one. With that said, that was fucking phenomenal. And to that GameSpot reviewer who said this soundtrack was meh, fuck right off. Great fucking characters. Great fucking storytelling. And admittedly, because they are building up a mystery across 2 games, I am immediately more invested in it because there's more time dedicated to it and its characters. It's that lose-lose where either you get a very strong individual game story where the characters just don't get to be, oh, where the fuck have you been? Oh, you stay on the ship. Okay. Oh no, Soseki. He has a kitten! This was phenomenal. If I were to place this, at least in my list, let me type out my list again so I can remember exactly what it was. Yeah, it definitely feels like it's gonna be something like that. He's totally the villain at the end of the second game. You cannot convince me otherwise. The Damon Gaunt vibes are too strong. Plus, you don't have a clockwork aesthetic and a time obsession without being a little bit off the knocker. In some way. I'm genuinely excited to get to the second game. We're not starting that tonight, of course, or even this week, because A, this was a long one, and I want to take a little bit of a break. This was fucking 35 hours on its own. I don't think any of the others were that long individually. Outside of maybe Trials? Maybe? Because Tuesday I'm just going to do kind of a chill stream, probably some Super Metroid, honestly, just to play as many of the numbered entries before Dread comes out as I can. And then Wednesday, the Final Fantasy IV Remaster comes out, and that's going to be the next week or so of streams, just because, well, as I've said, I need to play every version of that game at some point. Oh, he's visiting his wife. I would say on average, the earlier Ace Attorneys are maybe 20 hours long at most, because I think I usually knock them out in 5 sessions-ish. Whereas now we're approaching like 8 to 10 for some of these games. Let's see, if I were to list it out. Yeah, I'd say this is top 5, I'm thinking about it. Because my favorite is still Trials and Tribulations. Then it's probably Spirit of Justice. I'd say this is a solid 3rd. Knocking Apollo Justice down to 4th place, and the first game is in 5th. Now, I'm gonna be frank, I'll probably start considering them as one game once I finish the second game. It's weird to see that happen, because there's a couple of games that happens with, because that's what happened with Halo 2 and 3 as well. Although I'm hoping I don't have the same feelings on that I do for this, or this that I do for that, because I love Halo 2. Halo 3 felt underwhelming, at least outside of the gunplay angle. But I expect the second game to just blow me out of the fucking water. I'm glad we finally got these games. And I'm glad I don't have to wait for the fucking fan translation to finish. Holy shit. It's so fucking weird. looking back last year when I started doing these games, back in like November or so, when I had to fucking use the fan translation for Investigations 2. That's how I met two of you, really. Oh, I forgot about Investigations. Investigations 2 might be above Ace Attorney 1. I have to think about that. But now, fucking, here we are almost a year later, and fucking these games finally came out. Although I doubt we'll ever see Investigations 2 get a localization at this point, unless they do an overall DS collection that's an extended trilogy, so to speak, that has the original trilogy, Apollo Justice, and the Investigations games, if not all of the main Phoenix games, so to speak. Wagga high, not my hat. Yeah, it's a thing as well of... Because the Investigations 2 fan translation's been around forever, right? Like, that was the first one that was finished, and comparatively, it was probably a lot faster, because they were working on a DS instead of a 3DS. That was just the extended staff for the remaster / port, I'm assuming. Yeah, I want... If we get more Ace Attorney games, because I'm assuming we're not going to get another great Ace Attorney game after the second one happened, because whatever happens in it, I'm assuming it's going to basically close out these character arcs, kind of like Trials and Tribulations closed out Phoenix's main arc throughout the original trilogy, becoming a real lawyer and fulfilling Mia's shoes and all that. And the Apollo Justice trilogy is his whole thing with how he ends up at the end of Spirit of Justice. If we get anything new, like I mentioned, we're probably either going to get a new time span where maybe Apollo gets to be someone's Mia, so to speak, / Kazuma. Or just a whole new generation of Write Anything agency. Hell, maybe we can have something happen in Europe. Also, for the love of God, give Athena her own game. Prepare for pain. Oh no, please don't stop walking when we get to this case. Please don't stop walking, Kazuma. Please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't. Oh no. Is Ryunosuke catching up to him? Uh-oh. Yeah, okay, yeah, don't make him a Mia, but you know what I mean, like that mentor role. Because, especially with how... Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, that... Oh, fuck. Because this has sold well, right? The collection. I wouldn't be surprised if Capcom sees the response to this and decides it's time to bring this series back again. Because it's been a fucking, what, 5 years, I think, since the last one? I think it's about time we get a proper new game that no one's had yet. Whether that be in Investigations 3, because I would love to have more Edgeworth, or otherwise. The only problem is if they do an Investigations 3 and it still follows Edgeworth, they'll have to set it before the new trilogy, or at least before Spirit of Justice, or before, Dual Destinies in my eyes, because with him being head prosecutor, he'd have to tackle too high of a profile case to make, like, the usual, here's your intro tutorial case work and still interconnected to the plots like the first two Investigations games did. Also, I haven't really commented on it throughout all of these games so far, but fucking hell, these character designers are so fucking good. Oh, him in Europe with this part, Phoenix, that'd be so fucking good. Please. Fuel the Rightworth train. Even more than they already have. Also, I'm genuinely impressed that they actually decided to make a character like a real person. Like, this series is relatively grounded, yes, but they never outright directly reference someone that hard. But to just bring Sosuke Natsume in, even though I didn't know who he was at the start of this, was really impressive. What I'm especially looking forward to in the sequel, by the way. What the fuck is with him? Because he's a cool character, and I'm genuinely curious what his side of the story is, because they basically did nothing with him except for that last cutscene. Also, holy shit, this ending is fucking long. Ooh, actually, there's an idea. In the case they want to do like a main game and a spin-off game like the Investigations games did, make a Trucy game. It doesn't have to be exactly law-themed. She could be using magic to help stuff. Or it could just be a dumb little adventure game. Kind of like Day of the Tentacle or something. Also, I'm glad that I've absolutely adored the himbo that is Herlock Sholmes as much as I thought I would. You know, Capcom, we get on you for your bad shit back in the early 2010s, but you really did still bring out some fucking bangers. Oh god, he is, isn't he? Adventures is done. Goddamn. Oh, I love that. That's fucking pretty. I'm gonna laugh in the second game. Ryunosuke's hair has grown out slightly. Oh, that's a fucking brilliant last title screen. Forward onto Dawn indeed. But when we come back to Ace Attorney post Final Fantasy IV, it's time to get some resolve in. Ooh. I am already in love with this new soundtrack. Oh. And across that, let's see, how long have we been playing? 37 hours just under, and we have 8 of the 30 achievements, but that probably hasn't updated yet. Don't look up if you haven't beaten the game yet. Spoilers. No shit, Kaito! But that's gonna need to be it for me tonight. I actually went longer than I thought it would. That is a case of the last hour and a half of what we thought would be, Dual Destinies taking all 4 hours. Fucking Fulbright. With that, I'm going to end this off here. Thank you guys for watching. Next time I'll be live is Tuesday with some Super Metroid, just casual, chilling and talking and all that. And let's figure out who we're going to raid. Dark Wolf is playing Onimusha Tactics still. Specs playing Minecraft. Well, you know what? How long is she going to be going for still? I know we have at least one Genshin person in here. I'm thinking I might send you over to... Oh, I know that's potential spoilers for people who haven't played that section yet, so maybe not. One last water for the road. Thank you, my friend, Cythera. Oh, man, that's some good fucking tea. You know what? Let's send... I'm going to check if he's ending. But I'm going to be sending you to the Legend of Boomba, another VTuber acquaintance of mine more so than friend. He is currently playing what looks to be Blind Doki Doki Literature Club. So, I haven't played that game. But I think a lot of us know how that game works. So prepare for some fucked up shit. But send some love his way. He's genuinely such a nice person. What? Oh, there's no the. Let me make sure he's actually still live. The ad didn't fucking load.
The new crispy chicken sandwich taco from Taco Bell. That actually doesn't sound too bad.
I'll have to check if my Taco Bell is participating in that.
Well, I see people typing in his chat. So I think he's still live, but I'm going to wait for this ad to end and then send you his way. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Come on, ad. You can end. There it goes.
Oh, hello. How's it going?
All right. Yeah, he's still going. Send some love his way, and I'll see you guys Tuesday night. Have a fantastic one. God, how is the sequel going to blow my ass out of the water like that? Jesus.